Welcome to Midnight Keep Stories, a sanctuary where the world slows down and sleep finds you gently. Here, we craft journeys designed to quiet the restless mind, to ease you into deep, restorative rest. Each story is woven with care, layered with soothing sounds, the patter of rain, the whisper of wind, the crackle of distant fire. These are not tales of excitement or surprise, but of peace, of stillness, of the soft embrace of slumber. As you settle in tonight, allow yourself to let go of the day behind you. If this refuge brings you comfort, consider leaving a like and subscribing to join us on future journeys into rest. Your support keeps these doors open, keeps the lamps burning, and ensures we can continue creating these havens of calm for you, night after night. Tonight, we enter a place untouched by time, a grand library standing against the fury of a stormy night. For the next 2 hours, you will rest within these walls, surrounded by the scent of old paper and leather, the warmth of brass lamps, and the distant symphony of rain against tall windows. Outside, the storm rages with thunder and wind. But here, within this sanctuary of knowledge and quietude, you are safe. The brown noise of the tempest will wrap around you like a blanket, while we explore the stillness between these towering mahogany shelves. Let the world outside fade, let the chaos dissolve, and allow yourself to be held by this timeless refuge. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. Only here, only now, only rest. Chapter 1. The Library Threshold. You stand before the heavy oak doors, feeling their weight, their solidity. Your hand reaches for the iron handle, cool against your palm, and you press forward. The door yields with a low creak, a sound that echoes softly into the space beyond. As the gap widens, you are met with warmth, with the golden glow of lamplight spilling out to greet you. The scent arrives next, that unmistakable perfume of aged paper, of leather bindings worn smooth by countless hands, of wood polish and candle wax. You step across the threshold, and the storm behind you becomes suddenly muted, as if the library itself absorbs the chaos, transforms it into something distant and dreamlike. The door closes softly at your back, sealing you inside this refuge, and you pause, allowing your eyes to adjust to the amber light. The library stretches before you, vast and impossibly serene. Burgundy walls rise on either side, rich as velvet, absorbing the lamplight and returning it as a soft, warm embrace. Brass lamps hang at intervals, their flame steady behind polished glass, casting golden pools that overlap and blend across the floor. The ceiling disappears into shadow above, so high that you cannot quite make out where the walls end and darkness begins. It gives the room a sense of endlessness, as though you have stepped not into a building, but into a realm unto itself. The silence here is not empty, but full, textured with the presence of 10,000 books, each one holding its own quiet breath. You take a slow step forward, your footfall muffled by a deep crimson runner that stretches down the center aisle. To your left and right, mahogany shelves rise like sentinels. They tower above you, reaching toward that invisible ceiling, their surfaces gleaming faintly in the lamplight. Each shelf is lined with volumes, spines of leather and cloth in shades of forest green, midnight blue. Some are embossed with titles in languages you recognize, others in scripts that twist and curve like vines. There is no order you can immediately discern, no alphabetical logic, only the sense that each book rests exactly where it belongs. The wood of the shelves is dark and dense, carved with subtle flourishes at the edges, the work of hands long turned to dust. You reach out, let your fingers graze the spines as you pass, feeling the textures, the grooves of lettering, the smoothness of age. Beyond the windows, the storm continues its wild performance. Rain lashes the tall leaded panes, streaming in rivulets that catch the lamplight and glow like molten gold. The glass is old, divided into small diamond shapes by strips of lead, each pane slightly imperfect, slightly warped, so that the world outside appears fractured and dreamlike. Lightning flickers in the distance, a brief, silent pulse that illuminates the room for a heartbeat before fading. Thunder follows, a low rumble that you feel more than hear, vibrating through the floorboards beneath your feet. But it does not startle you. Instead, it deepens the sense of safety, the contrast between the wildness out there and the stillness in here. You are protected. You are held. You continue forward, drawn by the glow of candles on a reading table ahead. The table is broad and sturdy, its surface polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the flickering flames in soft, dancing light. 3 candles sit in brass holders, their wax pale and smooth, their flames swaying gently as you approach. Around them, books lie open, their pages yellowed and delicate. You do not read the words, only notice the shape of them, the elegance of handwritten script, the occasional illustration rendered in faded ink. A chair is drawn up to the table, high-backed and upholstered in worn leather, the color of chestnuts. It looks impossibly inviting. You imagine sinking into it, feeling the leather give beneath you. The armrests smooth under your hands, the faint creak of old wood welcoming your weight. But you do not sit just yet. Something calls you deeper. You move past the table, following the corridor of shelves as it curves gently to the right. Here, the lamplight grows softer, the pools of gold fewer and farther between. The shadows lengthen, pooling in the corners, gathering between the books like secrets waiting to be discovered. The scent of the library deepens too, becomes richer, layered with notes of vanilla from aging paper. The faint musk of old fabric, the ghost of tobacco smoke from decades past. It is a scent that speaks of quiet hours, of scholars bent over manuscripts, of whispered reverence for the written word. You breathe it in slowly, letting it fill your lungs, letting it calm the last remnants of tension in your chest. A ladder leans against one of the shelves, tall and narrow, made of the same dark mahogany as the bookcases. It is fitted with small wheels at the base, and a brass rail runs along the top of the shelves to guide its movement. You pause beside it, resting your hand on one of the rungs. The wood is smooth, worn by countless hands before yours. You imagine climbing, reaching for a volume high above, pulling it free and feeling its weight in your arms. But the thought is fleeting. There is no urgency here, no need to strive or reach. Everything you need is already within arm's length. The library offers itself freely, without demand, without expectation. You are a guest here, and guests are meant to rest. The rain intensifies, a sudden drumming against the windows that fills the library with its low, constant hum. It is a brown noise, a frequency that wraps around your mind like soft wool, blurring the edges of thought, smoothing the creases of worry. You close your eyes for a moment, just listening. The rain is endless, eternal, a rhythm older than words. Beneath it, you hear the occasional crackle of candle flames, the faint settle of wood as the building breathes around you. These sounds do not distract. They anchor. They remind you that you are here, that you are safe, that you are exactly where you need to be. When you open your eyes again, the library seems even softer, even warmer, as though it has drawn you deeper into its embrace. You find yourself before a section of shelves devoted to atlases and maps. One volume lies open on a slanted stand, its pages illuminated by a nearby lamp. The map is old, hand-drawn, its borders decorated with sea serpents and sailing ships. Continents are shaped slightly wrong, labeled in elegant script that curls and flourishes. You trace a finger along a coastline, feeling the faint texture of ink on parchment. The world depicted here no longer exists, not in this form. It is a memory of a memory, a dream of exploration and wonder. And yet, it feels more real than the world outside these walls, more solid, no, more true. Because here, in this library, the past is not gone. It is preserved. It is honored. It is alive in the turning of pages, in the scent of old glue and leather. Lightning flashes again, brighter this time, flooding the library with stark white light for a single breathless second. Every detail sharpens. The grain of the wood, the dust motes suspended in the air, the spines of 1,000 books standing at attention. And then darkness returns, and the golden lamplight feels even warmer by contrast. Thunder rolls overhead, a deep, resonant sound that seems to come from the very earth. The windows rattle faintly in their frames, but they hold. The library holds. You hold. There is a strange comfort in the storm's presence, a reminder that chaos exists, but that sanctuary does as well. That even in the midst of wildness, there are places of profound stillness. And you are standing in one now. You return to the reading table, the one with the 3 candles. The chair is still waiting. You lower yourself into it slowly, feeling the leather embrace you, the high back supporting your spine, the armrest solid beneath your forearms. The position is perfect. The table before you holds an open book, but you do not feel compelled to read. Instead, you simply sit, watching the candle flames sway. They move in response to currents of air too subtle to feel. Drafts that slip through cracks in the old building, that rise from the warmth of the lamps. The flames are hypnotic, their light soft and forgiving. You let your gaze soften, let your focus blur. Your breathing deepens. Your shoulders drop. The library holds you as tenderly as a lullaby. Outside, the storm continues its ancient song. Rain and wind and thunder weave together into a tapestry of sound that has no beginning and no end. Inside, you are cocooned in warmth and stillness. The contrast is exquisite. It makes the safety sharper, the peace more profound. You close your eyes again, and this time, you let them stay closed. The darkness behind your eyelids is gentle. It does not press or demand. It simply is. You can still hear the rain, still smell the books, still feel the leather beneath your hands. But these sensations begin to drift, to soften, to blur into something dreamlike. The library is carrying you now. You do not need to hold on. You need to stay awake. You are allowed to let go. I'm Joni, Tautien, Abesipri, Sidor Faurin to Nightin. And so you do. You release the day. Release the thoughts that circle and cling. Release the need to be anywhere but here. The library breathes around you. Its silence a living thing. Its shelves standing watch. Candles burn low, but they do not go out. The lamps glow steady. The rain falls endless and sure. You are safe. You are held. You are home. Let sleep find you here, among the books and the lamplight, among the shadows and the storm. Let it take you gently, deeply, completely. There is nothing to fear, nothing to fix, nothing to fix, nothing to remember. Only this. Oh, only now. Only rest. The library will keep you. The storm will sing you to sleep. Yeah. And when you wake, if you wake, you will still be here. Still safe. Still wrapped in the arms of this timeless sanctuary. Chapter 2. The reading table. Our footsteps have carried us deeper into the library, and now we find ourselves drawn toward the heart of this sanctuary. There, near the center of the vast room, stands a solitary reading table. It waits for us like an old friend, patient and knowing. The table is crafted from mahogany, polished to a deep lustrous sheen that seems to hold memories within its grain. Every scratch, every ring left by forgotten teacups, tells a story of those who came before, who sought refuge here. Just as we do now, the wood feels smooth beneath our fingertips, warm despite the coolness of the evening. Around us, the towering shelves fade into comfortable shadows, and the rain has grown stronger. Its voice rises, no longer a whisper, but a steady, insistent rhythm against the tall windows, calling us closer, inviting us to stay. We move toward the table, our steps slow, measured. There is no hurry here, no need to rush. Time itself seems to have softened, become fluid, like honey dripping from a spoon. The floorboards beneath us are silent, or perhaps their creaks are simply swallowed by the sound of the storm. Each step brings us closer to that pool of golden light, that island of warmth in the sea of shadows. The air grows warmer as we approach, carrying with it the scent of old paper and candle wax, vanilla and smoke, dust and time. It is the smell of 1,000 quiet evenings, of solitude embraced rather than feared. We can feel the weight of the day beginning to lift from our shoulders. Our breathing deepens, slows, matching the rhythm of the rain. In and out, steady, peaceful. There is nowhere else we need to be, nothing else we need to do. The reading table stands before us now, and we see it fully in the candlelight. A single candle rises from a brass holder at the corner of the table, its flame dancing, swaying, painting liquid shadows across the polished surface. The flame is small, but steady, a tiny star of warmth in the dimness. We watch it move, hypnotic, mesmerizing. The way it bends and straightens, reaches and retreats, as if breathing along with us. The light it casts is amber and gold, soft as silk. It does not glare or intrude, but rather invites, beckons, wraps around us like a shawl. We feel ourselves drawn into its glow, into its circle of safety. The darkness beyond does not frighten us. It is a gentle darkness, protective, like the walls of a cocoon. It holds the world at bay. Here, in this small sphere of light, we are safe. We are home. An open tome rests on the table beside the candle, its pages spread like wings. The book is old, ancient perhaps. Its leather binding is worn soft with age, the color of chestnuts, of autumn leaves. The pages are yellowed, not with neglect but with the passage of countless seasons. Each page is thick, textured, the kind of paper that whispers when you turn it. We lean closer, not to read, but simply to observe, to appreciate. The text upon the pages is handwritten, the letters formed with careful devotion, ink the color of midnight, slightly faded now, but still clear, still patient. The words wait. They have waited decades, perhaps centuries. They will wait for us too. There is no pressure to read them, no obligation. They are simply there, companions in the quiet, witnesses to our rest. The candlelight flickers across the open pages, and shadows dance between the lines. We settle into the chair before the table, and it receives us like an embrace. The wood is solid beneath us, reassuring. The chair has arms, smooth and curved, worn by the touch of hundreds of hands before ours. We rest our arms upon them, feeling the warmth of the wood, the slight indentations that fit our elbows perfectly, as if this chair was made for us, or we for it. Our spine relaxes against the high back. Our shoulders drop, releasing tension we did not know we carried. The seat is cushioned, soft velvet in deep burgundy, the color of wine, of roses. It yields beneath our weight, conforming, supporting. We sink into it, just a little, just enough. Our feet rest flat upon the floor, grounded, stable, and we breathe deeply, fully. The air fills our lungs, and as we exhale, we release everything, every worry, every task, every thought that does not serve our peace. The rain intensifies, and we turn our attention to the tall windows. They stretch upward, narrow and elegant, their leaded glass divided into diamond panes. Beyond them, the storm unleashes itself fully. Rain pelts the glass with increasing force, each drop a small percussion, a tiny drum. Together they create a symphony, a wall of sound that surrounds us, protects us. The water streams down the windows in rivulets, racing, merging, separating again, creating ever-changing patterns, rivers of silver. In the darkness, we watch them flow, our eyes following one stream, then another. There is something deeply soothing in their movement, something that quiets the mind. The storm rages, but we are inside, warm, dry, safe. The contrast makes our sanctuary feel even more precious, even more sacred. We are grateful for these walls, these windows, this gentle barrier between us and the wild night. The sound of the rain becomes everything. It fills the library, fills our awareness, a constant rushing, like a great river flowing past, like the ocean breathing against the shore. Within its depths, we can hear individual notes, the sharp tap of drops against glass, the softer patter on stone somewhere beyond, the gurgle of water rushing through unseen gutters. Each sound layered upon the next, creating depth, texture, richness. We let the sound wash over us, through us. It is brown noise. They call it deeper than white noise, warmer, more enveloping. The frequency of it seems to match something in our bones, in our blood. It resonates with the rhythm of our own body. Our heartbeat slows to match its pulse. Our breathing deepens, synchronized. We are no longer separate from the storm. We are part of it, safe within it, held by it, rocked like a child in loving arms. The candle flame continues its gentle dance, and we return our gaze to its warmth. The light plays across the surface of the table, illuminating the grain of the wood, the swirls and patterns that speak of the tree it once was, centuries ago perhaps, in some distant forest. We imagine that tree, tall and strong, standing through countless storms of its own. And now here, transformed, it serves a different purpose, offering a place of rest, a surface to hold our light, our books, our weary hands. There is poetry in this, in the journey from forest to furniture, from wild to domestic, from storm-tossed to shelter-giving. The table seems to understand, to remember, and we rest our palms flat upon its surface, feeling the slight coolness, the absolute smoothness. We are connected to this table, to that ancient tree, to the earth itself, grounded, held, home. Our eyelids grow heavy, and we allow them to lower, just slightly. The candlelight becomes a soft blur, a warm glow behind our lashes. We are not asleep, not yet, but hovering in that delicious space between waking and dreaming, where the world softens, where boundaries dissolve. The rain continues its song, steady, eternal. It has become our heartbeat, our breath, the pulse of our own existence. We do not fight the drowsiness. We welcome it, invite it. This is why we came here, to this library, to this table, to surrender to the peace, to let go of the day, of our vigilance, of our need to remain alert and ready. Here, we can finally rest. Our muscles soften, our jaw unclenches, our brow smooths. Tension melts like wax, running down and away, leaving us loose, liquid, light. We are safe. We are held. We are home. In the distance, somewhere in the depths of the library, a clock ticks. The sound is faint, almost imaginary. A soft mechanical heartbeat that marks the passage of moments. Tick, tick, tick. But the ticking does not make us anxious, does not remind us of obligations or deadlines. Instead, it is companionable, a reminder that we exist in time, but time here moves differently. It does not rush or press. It simply is. Flowing like the rain, like our breath. Some moments stretch, becoming long and deep. Others pass in a blink, but all of them are peaceful. All of them are ours. We have claimed this time, this space for ourselves. for restoration, for release, for the simple act of being, without doing, without striving, without becoming anything other than what we are right now, in this moment, in this chair, at this table, in the heart of the storm. Lightning flashes, sudden and brief. Beyond the windows, for an instant, the world outside is illuminated. We catch a glimpse of trees bending, of rain slanting sideways, of the wild beauty of the storm in full force. And then darkness returns, and the library feels even more enclosed, even more protected. The thunder follows. Seconds later, a low rolling rumble that we feel as much as hear. It vibrates through the floor, through the chair, through our very bones, but does not startle us. We are too deep in our calm, too settled in our peace. The thunder is simply part of the symphony, the bass note beneath the rain's melody. It adds depth, weight, a reminder of the storm's power and of our safety within these walls. We sink deeper into the chair, deeper into the quiet. Our breathing barely stirs the air. Our thoughts drift like smoke, formless, dissipating, leaving only stillness behind. The candle burns lower, and the pool of melted wax grows in its brass holder. The flame remains steady, loyal, asking nothing, giving warmth and light without condition. We watch it, or perhaps we simply sense it. Our eyes may be closed now. We cannot quite remember, and it does not matter. The warmth on our face tells us the candle is still there, still keeping vigil. We are not alone. Even in this solitude, we are accompanied by the candle, by the rain, by the presence of thousands of books surrounding us, by all the readers who have sat in this very chair, seeking what we seek, finding what we find. Peace, rest, refuge. The library holds us all, past and present, in its infinite patience, in its timeless embrace. We belong here. We have always belonged here. This table, this chair, this moment, they were waiting for us. And we have finally arrived. Our body feels weightless now, or perhaps impossibly heavy, sinking into the chair, into the floor, into the earth itself. We cannot tell, and we do not try. Both sensations are pleasant. Both are right. We float and we rest, we dissolve and we remain. The paradox does not trouble us. Here in the library, in the storm, in the candlelight, contradictions coexist peacefully. We are awake and we are dreaming. We are alone and we are held. We are safe in the storm, resting in the darkness, finding light in the shadows. The rain continues, endless, eternal. A sound that existed before us and will continue after. And yet right now, in this moment, it falls for us. It serenades our surrender, our softening, our slow descent into sleep. We do not resist. We have no reason to resist. This is what we came for, what we needed, what our weary soul was seeking. The open tome beside the candle seems to glow in the flickering light. The pages almost seem to breathe, rising and falling ever so slightly. Or perhaps it is the air moving, stirred by the candle's warmth, or by our own gentle breathing. The words on those ancient pages hold stories, knowledge, secrets. But tonight they keep those secrets. They do not demand to be read. They are content to simply exist, to witness, to hold space. Like everything else in this library, they offer themselves without insistence, available but not intrusive. We may read them someday, or we may not. It does not matter. Their value is not diminished by our inattention. They have purpose simply in being, in existing, in waiting patiently. And in their patience, they teach us. We too can simply be bound. We too have value in our stillness, in our rest. We do not always need to strive, to achieve, to do. No, sometimes, like tonight, it is enough to simply breathe and be still and let the world turn without us. The storm's rhythm has become our rhythm. The rain, our heartbeat. The thunder, our slow, deep breaths. The lightning, the occasional flicker of thought, here and gone, leaving no trace. We are the library, and the library is use. There is no separation, no boundary. We have merged with this place, with this moment, with this perfect peaceful now. The reading table holds our weight, our weariness, our surrender. The candle burns for us, its light a blessing, a benediction. And we finally let go. We release our grip on consciousness, on control, on the need to remain present. We trust the darkness, the silence beneath the rain, the deep, vast ocean of sleep that rises to meet us. And as we sink into its embrace, we know we are safe, we are held, we are home. The library will keep watch. The candle will burn. The rain will fall. And we will rest. Deeply. Completely. At last. At last. At last. Chapter 3. The Window's Lament. Our attention drifts now, slowly, inevitably, toward the tall leaded windows that stand like sentinels along the library's eastern wall. The rain streams down the glass in endless rivulets, each droplet tracing its own wandering path, merging with others, separating again, a hypnotic dance of water and gravity. The sound is constant, steady, a gentle percussion that fills every corner of this sacred space. It taps against the panes with patient fingers, whispering secrets only the night can understand. The windows themselves are works of art. Lead came dividing the glass into diamond patterns, each section distorting the darkness beyond in its own particular way. And through them, the storm wages its eternal battle with the world outside. But here, inside these burgundy walls, we remain untouched, cocooned in warmth and stillness. The contrast is profound, almost dreamlike. Out there, the wind howls and the rain lashes. Branches bend and leaves scatter. Yet in here, the candles on the reading tables continue their gentle dance, their flames barely trembling. The thick stone walls hold back the chaos, transforming it into something beautiful, something soothing. The storm becomes a lullaby sung just for us, a private performance of nature's oldest symphony. We settle deeper into the embrace of this sanctuary, feeling the weight of our bodies sinking into velvet cushions, our breathing slowing to match the rhythm of the rain. A flash, sudden and brilliant, lightning splits the sky beyond the windows. For one heartbeat, the world outside is revealed in stark clarity. Trees bent double by wind, the garden path glistening like a river, the distant hills frozen in silver light. Then darkness returns, even deeper than before, the afterimage dancing behind our eyelids. The thunder follows, a low rumble that we feel more than hear, vibrating through the floorboards, through the ancient bones of this library. It is not frightening. No, it is comforting. A reminder of the vastness of the world and the perfect smallness of this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. We are exactly where we need to be. The rain intensifies, its voice growing louder, more insistent. It drums against the leaded glass with renewed purpose, creating layers of sound, high notes and low, fast rhythms and slow, a symphony of water, endless, eternal. The windows weep with it, each pane streaming with moisture, blurring the boundary between inside and out, between safety and storm. Yet that boundary holds. The glass is cool to the touch. We can imagine it, smooth and slick, beaded with condensation. But it does not yield. It protects us, keeps us dry, keeps us warm. The brass lamps continue casting their golden pools of light, unfazed by the tempest, anchoring us in their steady glow. We find ourselves drawn closer to the windows, moving through the library with slow, dream-heavy steps. The mahogany shelves stand silent as we pass, their books dreaming of the stories they contain. The burgundy walls seem to pulse gently in the candlelight, breathing with us. We approach the glass, close enough now to see individual raindrops racing downward, close enough to hear the subtle variations in their impact. Some strike hard and sharp, others soft and whispering. Together they create a texture of sound that wraps around us like a blanket, thick and warm and impossibly soft. We could stand here forever, watching the water paint ever-changing patterns, losing ourselves in the chaos that somehow, paradoxically, brings us peace. Another flash of lightning, closer this time. The library illuminates for an instant, every detail thrown into sharp relief. The grain of the wooden tables, the gold lettering on leather spines, the dust motes suspended in the air like tiny stars. Then shadow reclaims it all. The thunder comes quicker now, a deep resonant boom that echoes through the rafters, through our chest, settling into our bones. It is the sound of power restrained, of forces vast and unknowable choosing to pass us by. We are safe, so deeply, profoundly safe. The storm acknowledges our sanctuary, honors it, and continues on its way, leaving us with only the gift of its song. The endless rain, the perfect lullaby. Candlelight flickers, responding at last to some distant tremor of the storm. But the flames do not go out. They bend, they dance, they recover, resilient and warm. Their reflections multiply in the streaming windows, creating the illusion of 100 candles, 1,000, burning in the darkness beyond the glass, burning in the heart of the storm itself. It is beautiful, mesmerizing. We watch the interplay of light and water, solid and liquid, stillness and motion. Our thoughts begin to drift, untethered, floating like leaves on a pond. There is nothing we need to do, nowhere we need to be. The rain will fall whether we watch it or not, and so we can simply let go. The sound of the rain shifts, deepens, becoming something more than mere water on glass. He assumes a voice, low and constant, telling stories older than words, stories of other storms, other nights, other souls who have stood at windows just like these, watching, listening, finding peace in the chaos. The library remembers them all. We can feel it when the air is thick with memories, with the accumulated quietude of countless peaceful hours. We add our own stillness to that collection, our own breath, our own gradually slowing heartbeat. We become part of the library's story, woven into its tapestry, and in return, it holds us, keeps us, promises that we will always be welcome here, in this place between the storm and silence. The rain finds new rhythms, new patterns. Sometimes it falls in sheets, a solid wall of water that obscures everything beyond the windows, turning the world into an abstract painting of grays and blacks. Other times it softens, becoming a gentle patter, almost shy, like fingers tapping tentatively at the door. But it never stops. The constancy is what soothes us most. This is not a storm that will rage and fade. This is an all-night companion, a presence that will remain until dawn, and perhaps beyond. We can trust it, rely on it. Let it become the rhythm of our breath, the tempo of our thoughts, slower, 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 drifting into the spaces between the drops, into the quiet places where sleep waits with patient arms. Lightning flashes again. A triple burst. 1, 3, each one painting the library in shades of silver and shadow. In these brief illuminations, we notice things. The way the rain has pooled on the outer sill of the windows, creating tiny temporary lakes. The silhouette of a tree branch, stark against the roiling clouds. The shimmer of the polished mahogany shelves, reflecting light that exists for only a fraction of a heartbeat. Then darkness, and the thunder, rolling across the sky like a great wheel turning, grinding out the hours, marking time in a way that feels ancient, primal. We are small beneath it, wonderfully, peacefully small. Our worries shrink in proportion, becoming nothing, less than nothing, washed away by the rain. The windows lament, singing their song of rain and wind, of separation and shelter. They stand between worlds, belonging fully to neither, touched by the storm yet protecting us from it, feeling the cold yet keeping us warm. There is a melancholy to their position, a sweet sadness that adds depth to the night. We understand it. We too exist between states, between waking and sleep, between thought and dream, between who we were this morning and who we will be tomorrow. The windows understand this liminal space. They have witnessed countless transitions, countless souls passing from day into night, from consciousness into rest. They do not judge. They simply witness and sing and weep gentle tears of rain down ancient glass. The candles gutter slightly, their flames pulling toward the windows, toward the storm, as if curious about the world beyond their small circles of light. But they remain rooted, tethered to their wicks, to their purpose. They burn for us, casting warmth across the reading tables, across the open books whose pages we no longer have the energy to read. The words blur, swimming in the golden light, becoming abstract shapes, beautiful but meaningless. We do not need stories tonight. The rain provides all the narrative we require. A simple tale, endlessly repeated, of water falling, of darkness held at bay, of safety found in sturdy walls and leaded glass, of rest, of peace, of letting the world rage while finally, completely, the storm continues its work outside, reshaping the garden, washing the stones, feeding the earth. It is relentless, but not angry, purposeful, but not cruel. It simply is. As natural as breathing, as inevitable as sleep. We can feel our own resistance washing away with it. All the tension we carried into this library, into this night, dissolving, flowing away like rainwater down ancient gutters. Our shoulders drop, our jaw unclenches, our hands unfold, becoming soft and open, receiving rather than grasping. The darkness beyond the windows is not empty. It is full, pregnant with possibility, with dreams waiting to be born, with rest waiting to be claimed. We need only stop fighting, stop striving, and allow ourselves to drift. The rain becomes everything. It drowns out all other sound, all other thought. There is only the endless patter, the gentle percussion, the white noise that fills every empty space in our mind. It is brown noise too, deep and rich, carrying low frequencies that resonate in our chest, in our belly, grounding us, anchoring us to this moment, to this room, to this perfect now. The windows stream endlessly, their lament becoming a lullaby, a mother's voice singing us down into sleep. We can resist no longer, nor do we wish to. The library holds us. The rain sings to us. The candles light our way down, down, into the soft darkness, into dreams, into the deep rest we have been seeking all along. Let the storm continue. Let the rain fall. Let the lightning flash and the thunder roll. We are beyond it now, safe in our sanctuary, wrapped in burgundy and brass and golden light. The windows will keep their vigil, lamenting and protecting in equal measure. The candles will burn through the night, patient and steady, and we will sleep deeply, peacefully, held by the library, rocked by the storm, dissolving into the sound of endless rain. There is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. This is where we rest. This is where we dream. Here, in the timeless space between the window and the world, between the lightning and the dark. Let go. Let the rain carry you. Let sleep come, soft and inevitable, like water finding its way home. Chapter 4. Among the shelves. The moment has come to wander deeper, to let yourself drift between these towering monuments of leather and paper. You move forward now, one step, then another, each footfall softer than the last. Your hand rises almost without thought, fingers extended, reaching toward the nearest shelf. The leather spines feel cool beneath your fingertips, worn smooth by countless hands before yours. You trail your fingers along them as you walk, feeling the ridges, the embossed titles you cannot quite read in this gentle darkness. The brass lamps that guided you here seem to understand your need now. Their light grows dimmer, softer, more forgiving. They cast their golden glow in smaller pools, leaving wider spaces of shadow between. And in those shadows, the books seem to breathe, to whisper secrets meant only for the night. The storm beyond the windows continues its steady rhythm. Rain against glass, wind against stone. But the sound feels different now, muffled, distant, as though the library itself has wrapped you in layers of silence. You walk between two towering shelves, and the world narrows to this single aisle. This corridor of knowledge rises 15 feet above you, maybe more. It is impossible to tell in the dimness. The mahogany wood gleams dully in what little light reaches here, darkened by age and polish and time. Your shoulders relax, dropping away from your ears, releasing tension you did not know you carried. The air between these shelves feels different, thicker somehow, weighted with the presence of all these sleeping stories. You breathe it in, slowly, deeply, tasting dust and old paper, candle wax and something sweeter. Vanilla, perhaps, from the aging pages. Your fingers continue their journey along the spines, sometimes leather, sometimes cloth, occasionally the rough texture of older bindings, cracked and splitting, each one a different sensation, a different whisper against your skin. You do not pull any from their resting places, not yet. For now, it is enough simply to touch them, to acknowledge their presence, to let them know you are here. The shadows deepen as you move further from the last brass lamp. Darkness pools in the corners, gathers between the shelves, but it does not frighten you. This is a gentle darkness, a welcoming darkness, the kind that invites rest rather than demands vigilance. Your eyes adjust gradually, finding shapes in the dimness. The outline of a book jutting slightly forward, the curve of a shelf bowing under decades of weight. Lightning flickers somewhere beyond the tall windows, a brief flash that sends shadows dancing, then fades, leaving the darkness softer than before. The rain intensifies for a moment, a sudden rush of sound, then settles back into its steady percussion. You pause, standing perfectly still between the shelves, listening. Your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of the storm, in and out, deep and even. Your heartbeat follows, steady, calm, unhurried. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, only this quiet wandering, this gentle exploration of a place that exists outside of time. You begin walking again, but your steps have changed. Each one is slower than the last, more deliberate, yet somehow requiring less effort. Your body understands what your mind is still learning, That speed has no place here. That urgency is a memory belonging to another world. Your hand drops from the shelf for a moment, arms hanging loose at your sides, and you notice how heavy they feel, pleasantly heavy, as though gravity has increased just slightly, just enough to remind you of your body, of its weight, its substance. You flex your fingers slowly, watching them move in the dim light. Then raise your hand once more to the books. The leather feels warmer now, or perhaps your fingers have grown cooler. It is difficult to tell, difficult to care. The distinction seems unimportant. What matters is the texture, the connection, the gentle reminder that you are here, present, alive in this moment. The shelves stretch endlessly ahead, row upon row, disappearing into shadow, and you know with quiet certainty that you could wander here forever and never grow tired of the journey. A reading table emerges from the dimness ahead, its polished surface catching the faint glow of a single candle. The flame stands impossibly still, barely flickering, as though even fire has learned to rest in this place. You approach slowly, drawn by that small point of light, and when you reach the table, you pause. Your reflection wavers in the polished wood, indistinct, ghostly, more shadow than substance. You study it without recognition. This person who has wandered so far from the world outside. The candle flame reflects beside your shadowed face, and for a moment, you cannot tell where you end and the light begins. Your eyelids grow heavy as you stand there, the weight of them suddenly noticeable. You blink, slowly, and the action takes effort. A gentle effort, not unpleasant. Your eyes want to stay closed, want to rest, but you open them again, gazing at the candle, at its steady golden glow. The wax has melted into soft pools around the base, cooled into smooth white rivers, frozen in their downward flow. Time moves differently for the wax, and for the flame, and for you. You turn away from the table, from the candle, and continue deeper into the maze of shelves. The library seems to expand as you walk, growing larger with each step, or perhaps you are growing smaller. It hardly matters. The effect is the same, a sense of being held, contained within something vast and ancient, and utterly safe. Your shoulders brush against a shelf on your left, and you adjust your path without thinking. The movement is automatic, your body navigating while your mind drifts. You pass beneath a brass lamp hanging from a chain, its light so dim now it barely illuminates itself. Just a soft amber glow suspended in darkness, like a star seen from very far away. The storm calls to you from beyond the walls, a deep rolling rumble that you feel more than hear. It vibrates through the floor, through your feet, up into your bones, settling there, becoming part of your own rhythm. You are the storm, and the library, and the books sleeping all around you. The boundaries have grown thin, permeable, and you slip between them without resistance, without fear. Your hand finds a book that feels different from the others. The leather is softer, worn almost to velvet. You stop, letting your palm rest against it, feeling its warmth. Books should not be warm, you think distantly, but this one is, and so, as though someone has just been reading it. Just set it back upon the shelf. You slide it forward slightly, just an inch, and dust motes rise in response. drifting through the dim light like tiny stars. You watch them float, mesmerized by their lazy, spiraling dance. They rise and fall on currents of air you cannot feel, following invisible paths, obeying invisible laws. Your breathing deepens as you watch, pulling air slowly through your nose, releasing it even more slowly through your lips. The dust motes swirl in response, disturbed by your breath, and you wonder if you are real, or if you too are made of dust and darkness, a temporary gathering of particles, soon to disperse. The thought does not trouble you. Instead, it brings a strange comfort, a loosening in your chest, as though something held tight has finally agreed to let go. You leave the book where it rests, sliding it back into alignment with its companions, and move onward. The aisle branches ahead, offering a choice, left or right. You choose without thinking, your body turning left, following some instinct you cannot name. This new passage is narrower than the last, the shelves closer together. You can extend both arms and touch books on either side, and you do, trailing both hands now along the spines, feeling doubly connected, doubly anchored. The mahogany shelves seem to lean inward slightly, creating a ceiling of shadow above your head, a tunnel through the library, through time, through consciousness itself. Your footsteps make no sound. The thick carpet beneath your feet swallows every whisper of movement. You could be floating, drifting. And the thought makes you smile, a small, secret smile in the darkness. Rain streams down the windows somewhere to your right. You can hear it, a constant presence, but you cannot see the windows from here. The shelves have hidden them, or perhaps they never existed. Perhaps the rain is inside your mind, a memory of water, a dream of storms. The passage opens into a wider space, a small clearing among the shelves, and you stop at its center, turning slowly, taking in the walls of books surrounding you. They rise into shadow. Thousands of volumes, tens of thousands, more words than you could read in a lifetime, more stories than you could ever know. And yet, they do not overwhelm you. Instead, they comfort you. A vast accumulation of human thought and dream and longing, all gathered here, all sleeping peacefully, waiting for hands that may never come. Your own hands hang at your sides now, fingers loose and curled. You have stopped reaching for the books, stopped needing to touch them. Their presence is enough. You can feel them around you. Their weight, their patience, their silent companionship. A yawn builds in your chest, rising slowly. Inevitably, you do not fight it. You open your mouth and let it come. A deep, jaw-cracking yawn that brings tears to your eyes. When it passes, you feel lighter, emptier, as though you have released something you no longer need. The library accepts your offering, your exhaled breath, and gives you back silence. You notice a leather armchair in the corner of this clearing, high-backed and deep, its burgundy fabric nearly invisible in the shadows. It faces away from you, pointed toward a shelf, as though whoever sits there prefers books to people, prefers solitude to company. You understand this completely. You move toward the chair, each step an act of will, your legs heavy now, pleasantly heavy. The cushion looks soft, inviting, worn smooth by countless readers who came before. You reach the chair, Place your hand on its back, feeling the cool leather, the smooth brass studs that hold the fabric in place. You could sit, you think. You could rest here a while. Let the library hold you. But something in you wants to keep moving, wants to wander just a little further, see what else these shadowed aisles might hold. So you leave the chair to its solitary vigil and continue on. The storm rumbles its approval, a low sound that resonates in your chest, in your belly. You are so relaxed now, so loose, your body a collection of warm, heavy parts, barely holding together. Another brass lamp appears overhead, this one so dim you almost miss it, a faint suggestion of light rather than illumination itself. You stop beneath it. Tilting your head back to look up, the lamp sways slightly, though there is no breeze you can detect. It casts gentle shadows that swing back and forth, across the spines of books. You watch the movement, your head tilted back, your neck exposed, vulnerable, trusting. The shadows swing, left and right, left and right. Hypnotic in their regularity, your eyelids droop, flutter, nearly close. You straighten your head with effort, blinking slowly. The library is teaching you something, though you cannot quite grasp what. Something about surrender, about letting go, about the beauty of darkness and silence and slow, inevitable descent. You sway slightly, catching yourself, and realize you are more tired than you thought, the kind of tired that lives in your bones, in your muscles, the kind that no single night of sleep can cure. But here, in this place, perhaps you can begin to rest, truly rest, in a way you have forgotten. You run your hand along your face, feeling the warmth of your own skin, the slight roughness of a day's growth or the smoothness of evening skin. Your hand falls away, too heavy to hold up, and you continue walking. Though walking seems too active a word for this. You are drifting, flowing, moving through the library like water through stone, shaping yourself to fit the spaces between shelves. The books whisper to you now, or perhaps that is just the blood in your ears, the rush of your own circulation. Slowing, quieting, you pass another table, another candle, but you do not stop. You pass a ladder leaning against a shelf, its wood dark with age, but you do not climb. You pass a window where rain streams down in silver ribbons, lightning flickering beyond, but you do not pause to watch. All of it is part of the same dream, the same gentle descent into deep, restorative peace. Your breathing has become so slow, so deep, that you notice the pause between breaths, that moment of stillness when the body holds, waits, then releases. The shelves seem to embrace you now, leaning closer, offering their wisdom, their accumulated silence. You accept it gratefully, your mind growing quieter with each step, thoughts drifting away like those dust motes, spiraling up and out of reach. What remains is simple breath, heartbeat, the soft pressure of carpet beneath your feet, the cool air on your skin, the dim glow of distant lamps. Nothing more is needed. Now, nothing more is wanted. You have become very small, or the library, has become infinite. It amounts to the same thing. You are a single point of consciousness wandering through endless darkness, and the darkness is kind, is warm, is welcoming. The storm outside has become a lullaby, its violence transformed by distance and walls and time into something soothing, something that speaks of safety, of shelter, of being protected while the world rages. You are inside, and inside is soft, and dim, and growing softer still. The shadows are no longer gray, but deep blue, the color of twilight, the color of sleep, and you are walking toward them, into them, becoming them. Your hand trails along one final shelf, fingers moving slowly, so slowly, across the spines. You feel each one: leather, cloth, rough, smooth. But the sensations are distant now, reaching you from far away. Your eyelids have grown impossibly heavy. Each blink lasts longer than the last. Your eyes staying closed for 2 heartbeats, then 3, before you force them open again. The library swims into focus, then blurs, then sharpens, then sharpens. You are not certain anymore what is shadow and what is shelf, what is darkness and what is dream. The distinction has ceased to matter. All of it is real. All of it is true. The library and the storm and the deep, pulling tide of sleep that rises around you. You take another step, and your knee nearly buckles, catches, holds. Your body is ready, has been ready, is begging you to stop, to rest, to surrender to what is already happening. And you are almost ready to listen, almost ready to let go. Just a little further, you tell yourself, just a few more steps, though you know that further has no meaning here, that you could walk forever and never leave this place, never want to leave this place. The shadows gather close now, soft and thick as velvet. You can feel them against your skin, cool and gentle. You can feel them in your lungs with each slow breath, filling you, changing you. You are more shadow than substance now, more dream than dreamer. The books around you hum with silent approval. They have seen this before, this slow dissolution, this gentle fading. They have witnessed countless souls wandering these aisles, searching for something they cannot name, and finding instead this perfect, profound peace. Your steps have become so slow that you are barely moving, swaying in place, held upright by will alone. And even will is fading, giving way to something deeper, something truer. The storm whispers its benediction, rain and wind and distant thunder singing you down, down into darkness, down into rest. The library holds you, has always held you, will always hold you. And here, among the shelves, surrounded by stories and silence and shadow, you finally begin to let yourself fall, knowing that the darkness will catch you, knowing that sleep is waiting, patient and kind, ready to carry you home. Chapter 5. The armchair embrace. In the furthest corner of the library, where the candlelight barely dares to wander, there stands a chair. Not just any chair, but a deep leather armchair, ancient and patient, waiting as it has waited for centuries. Its surface is worn smooth by the touch of countless readers, each one seeking the same quiet refuge you seek now. The burgundy leather has softened with time, creased and comfortable, shaped by the weight of tired souls who came before. As you approach, you can almost feel the stories it holds, the dreams it has cradled, the worries it has absorbed and released into the stormy night. The rain continues its gentle assault against the windows, a rhythm so steady now it feels like breathing. This chair has been here all along, just beyond the reach of the brass lamps, keeping its own counsel in the shadows. And now, it offers itself to you. You move toward it slowly, your footsteps muffled by the ancient carpet beneath you. The library seems to contract around this moment, drawing you forward, guiding you to this sanctuary within a sanctuary. The armchair sits angled slightly toward one of the tall windows, so that anyone resting here might watch the rain, might see the occasional flash of distant lightning, might witness the storm without being touched by it. The wood floor creaks softly as you step closer, a sound the library knows well, a sound it welcomes. You can see now how the leather arms are burnished darker where hands have rested, where fingers have drummed absently while minds wandered through distant chapters. The seat cushion holds a gentle depression, an invitation, a promise of comfort that has been kept 1,000 times before. You are almost there now, almost home. As you turn to sit, the leather gives a soft whisper, a greeting it offers only to those who truly need rest. You lower yourself slowly, and the chair receives you like an old friend. The moment your weight settles, something shifts, not in the room, but within you. The armchair knows exactly how to hold you, its back curved just so, supporting without constraining, cradling without clutching. Your shoulders meet the leather and something releases, some tension you had forgotten you were carrying, some tightness that has lived in your muscles for so long you thought it was simply part of you. The armrests welcome your elbows, your forearms, giving them a place to rest that feels like it was carved specifically for this moment, for you. For now, you sink deeper, and the chair accepts all of it, all of you. The leather is cool at first, then warms beneath you, as if the chair is waking up, remembering its purpose. You can smell the faint scent of old books mingling with the leather, a combination that speaks of countless quiet hours, of pages turned and worlds explored. Your head finds the perfect angle against the high back of the chair, and suddenly the weight of it, the weight you have carried all day, all week, becomes something the chair is willing to hold for you. Let it. Let the armchair take that weight. It has done this before, for scholars and dreamers, for the weary and the wondering, and it will do it long after this night has passed into memory. The rain outside seems to notice your surrender, and it softens its voice, becoming less insistent, more like a lullaby sung by the sky itself. From here, from this deep embrace, the library looks different. The towering shelves seem less imposing, more protective, like sentinels standing watch while you rest. The mahogany wood gleams in the low light, each shelf a guardian of stories, each book a sleeping soul waiting for its moment. But not now. Now is not for reading. Now is for being held. The brass lamps scattered throughout the room create small universes of golden light. But you are in the shadow, in the soft darkness, in the place between. It is warmer here than you expected, as if the chair generates its own heat, its own atmosphere. Your breathing begins to match the rhythm of the rain. Slow, steady, deep, deep. Inhale as the rain whispers against glass. Exhale as it pauses. And again, and again, the library breathes with you. Beyond your alcove, you can see the nearest reading table, its surface scattered with open books and a candle burning low. The flame flickers occasionally, casting dancing shadows that move like slow dreams across the polished wood. But it feels distant now, as if it belongs to another world, another time. Here in the armchair, time moves differently, or perhaps it does not move at all. The chair holds you in a pocket of stillness while the storm continues its ancient work outside. You notice how your hands have settled on the armrest, fingers relaxed, palms down, absorbing the coolness of the leather. There's no need to grip, no need to hold on. The chair is not going anywhere, and neither are you. A flash of lightning brightens the window for a heartbeat, illuminating the streaming rain, then fades, leaving you in gentle darkness once more. Your eyelids grow heavy, not with exhaustion, but with permission. Permission to stop, to pause, to simply be. The armchair asks nothing of you, expects nothing, judges nothing. It simply holds you as you are, rumpled and tired and real. You can feel the day beginning to dissolve, its sharp edges softening, its urgent voices fading into the background murmur of rain. What felt important hours ago now seems distant, manageable, small. The chair has seen so many days dissolve like this, so many burdens set down and forgotten. It knows the alchemy of rest, how stillness transforms weight into lightness, how silence speaks louder than any remedy. Your neck relaxes further, your jaw unclenches without your even realizing it had been tight. The library continues its vigil, the rain continues its song, and you continue to sink deeper and deeper still. There is a particular kind of peace that comes from being held, not by arms, but by space, by intention, by furniture that has perfected the art of comfort over centuries. This armchair is a master of its craft, and you are the beneficiary of all those years, all that patient service. You shift slightly, finding an even better angle, and the leather accommodates you, creaking softly, adjusting. Outside, the wind picks up for a moment, rattling the leaded windows, but the sound is muffled, dreamlike, as if the storm is happening in a story someone is telling far away. You are separate from it, protected, cocooned in leather and shadow, and the particular warmth that comes from being exactly where you need to be. Your thoughts begin to drift like candle smoke, rising, dissipating, losing their shape and solidity. The candlelight at the edge of your vision blurs, becomes less a flame and more a glow, a suggestion of warmth rather than a source of it. The library seems to draw closer around you, not oppressively, but like a blanket being pulled up, like walls that know how to hold heat and keep out cold. The rain has found its perfect rhythm now, neither too loud nor too soft. A constant presence that requires nothing of you, asks for no response. You can feel your heartbeat slowing, matching itself to the room, to the rain, to the ancient patience of the armchair. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to do. The books can wait. The world can wait. Even your own thoughts can wait. This moment, this embrace, this is what matters. The chair knows this, has always known this, And now you are beginning to remember it too. Your fingers twitch slightly against the armrest, a last small movement before stillness claims you completely. The leather beneath them is smooth as water, worn by so many hands before yours, each one seeking the same refuge. You wonder for a moment who else has sat here, what storms they weathered outside these windows, what pages they turned, what dreams found them in this exact spot. But the wondering fades before it can take root, replaced by the simple sensation of being held. The weight of your body settles more completely into the chair. Hip bones, spine, shoulders, skull, all of it given over to the embrace. There is a sweetness to this surrender, or rightness. Lightning flashes again, brighter this time, and for an instant, the whole library is illuminated. Every shelf, every shadow, every book standing at attention. And then darkness returns, softer than before. The darkness is not empty. It is full, rich with the presence of paper and wood and leather and time. You can feel the library holding all of it, holding you, in a grasp that is both gentle and unbreakable. The armchair has become more than furniture. It has become a companion, a witness, a keeper of this particular moment of peace. Your breathing deepens without effort, each breath reaching lower, filling spaces you had forgotten existed. The exhale carries away something with it each time, some small fragment of tension, some unnecessary holding on. Breath by breath, the day empties out of you, leaving room for something else, something quieter. The rain knows this process, has watched it happen beneath countless windows, in endless rooms. It continues its work, patient, thorough, washing the world clean while you rest, while you remember how to simply be. Time has lost all meaning here, or perhaps has found its truest meaning, measured not in minutes but in breaths, not in hours but in the slow fading of candles. The gradual deepening of comfort. The armchair holds you, as it has held so many others, as it will hold so many more, each person finding in its embrace exactly what they need. For you, tonight, it offers this complete permission to rest, to stop performing, to stop pushing, to stop everything but breathing and being held. The library approves. You can feel it, in the way the shadows gather protectively, in the way the rain speaks only in soft voices, in the way even the distant candle flames burn without urgency. You are safe here, held here, known here. The leather beneath you has memorized your shape already, welcoming you home to a place you have never been, but somehow always know. Your thoughts have become slow and liquid, forming and dissolving without consequence, drifting like shadows on water. There is no need to follow them, no need to make sense of anything. The armchair asks only that you rest, and you are doing that so perfectly, so completely. The room around you seems to pulse gently with warmth, with presence, with the accumulated peace of centuries. Every person who ever sought refuge here has left something behind, some small contribution to the atmosphere of sanctuary, and now you add your own moment of surrender, your own quiet trust. The rain continues, always the rain, reliable as breathing, constant as stone. It will fall all night, washing everything, renewing everything, and you will be here, held and warm and safe, sinking deeper into rest with every passing moment. The last candle you can see gutters slightly, the flame bowing to some invisible current, then straightening again. It burns golden and patient, asking nothing, giving its light freely to the darkness. You feel a kinship with it, both of you here in the library, both witnessed by the rain, both held by the night. Your eyelids have closed now, or perhaps they were always closed. It is hard to remember, hard to care. Behind them, darkness blooms into color, soft shapes that mean nothing and everything. The beginning of dreams, the edge of sleep. The armchair holds you through this transition, steady, unchanged, faithful. It will hold you all night if needed, all week, all year. It has time, endless time, and it offers that gift to you now, the gift of not needing to watch the clock, not needing to count the hours. Let yourself drift now. The library has you. The armchair has you. The rain has you. All of it working together, weaving a net of safety and softness beneath you, around you. You can feel yourself sinking through layers, through worry, through wakefulness, through the bright, brittle world of doing, down into the deeper realm of being. The leather is warm now, body temperature, indistinguishable from your own skin. The rain whispers secrets you do not need to understand. The darkness offers comfort you do not need to question. Here, in this corner, in this chair, in this library, in this storm, you are exactly where you belong. Let go. Let the embrace hold all of it. Let sleep come softly, gently, inevitably, like rain falling on ancient stone, like candlelight fading into dream, like coming home. At last. At last. Chapter 6. Candlelight fading. The candles have burned lower now, so much lower than when we first arrived in this sanctuary. Their wax has pooled into soft ivory lakes at their bases, forming gentle landscapes of melted warmth. The flames themselves have changed, grown smaller, steadier. No longer dancing with wild abandon, but moving in slow, hypnotic rhythms. Like the breathing of something ancient and peaceful. From the depths of the armchair we watch them, our eyelids heavy, half closed. The golden light they cast has dimmed to a softer amber, a warmer honey glow that wraps around us like the finest wool. Each flame sways ever so slightly, back and forth, and our gaze follows without effort, without thought, simply being. The rain continues its eternal symphony beyond the windows, unchanging, unending, a constant companion in this timeless place. Time has lost all meaning here in the library. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be mere moments. And it does not matter. Not anymore. The clock on the far wall ticks somewhere in the darkness, but we cannot hear it above the rain. And even if we could, the numbers would mean nothing. There is only now, this perfect, suspended now, where nothing is required of us, nothing expected. We sink deeper into the worn leather of the armchair, feeling it embrace us completely. The cushions have molded to our form, remembering every curve, every angle, holding us as if we have always been here, as if we were always meant to be here. Our limbs are heavy, pleasantly heavy, weighted with a comfort so profound it feels like being held by the earth itself, safe, supported, utterly at rest. The nearest candle flickers just once. A brief moment of animation, and then returns to its steady, meditative glow. We watch a single drop of wax slide down its side. Moving so slowly, we can observe every moment of its journey. It travels through ridges and valleys of hardened wax below, following a path carved by dozens of drops before it, finally coming to rest at the base, becoming part of the landscape, part of the story. Our breathing has synchronized with the library itself, slow and deep, so deep that each exhale seems to last forever, releasing everything we no longer need, every tension, every worry, every thought that does not serve this moment of absolute peace. And with each inhale, we draw in the scent of old paper and candle smoke, of rain-washed air and polished wood, filling ourselves with the essence of this sanctuary. The shadows in the library have grown longer, softer. They pool in the corners like dark water, gentle and inviting rather than threatening. These are not the shadows of fear, but the shadows of rest, of quiet, of the peaceful darkness that cradles sleep. They stretch across the burgundy walls, painting abstract patterns that shift almost imperceptibly as the candle flames breathe. Our eyes trace these shadow shapes without focusing, without analyzing, simply allowing them to exist, to move, to dance their slow dance. The mahogany shelves rise into dimness above, their upper reaches lost to shadow, and we do not need to see them. We know they are there, standing guard, holding centuries of wisdom and story, watching over us as we sink ever deeper into this tranquil state between waking and dreaming. The rain continues, eternal, unchanging. Its voice has become so familiar now that it feels like part of our own heartbeat, part of our own breath. Each droplet that strikes the leaded windows adds its note to the endless song, creating rhythms within rhythms, patterns within patterns. Too complex to follow, too beautiful to ignore. We listen without listening, absorbing the sound through our skin, through our bones, letting it wash through us the way it washes down the glass, cleansing, soothing, eternal. A distant rumble of thunder rolls across the sky. So far away it sounds more like a memory than a present reality. The storm is moving on, or perhaps staying forever. It does not matter which. Here in the library, we are insulated from such questions, wrapped in warmth and shadow, protected by stone walls and ancient wood. Our hands rest on the arms of the chair, utterly still. We can barely feel them anymore. They have become part of the furniture, part of the room. The brass studs that line the leather catch tiny points of candlelight, little stars in our peripheral vision. We do not turn to look at them directly. Soon, wow, shall. There is no need. Everything we need to see is already before us. The candles, the shadows, the rain-streaked windows reflecting amber light. Our head has settled back against the chair, cradled perfectly, supported without effort. The leather is warm against our neck, our shoulders, holding the heat of our body and reflecting it back to us, creating a cocoon of perfect temperature, neither too warm nor too cool, simply right. Our jaw relaxes, our tongue rests softly in our mouth, even our eyelids grow heavier, fluttering, struggling to remain open. The middle candle on the reading table burns with a flame so steady it barely seems alive, yet it is. Whoa. Consuming wax molecule by molecule, transforming substance into light and warmth. an ancient magic we have witnessed 1,000 times without ever truly understanding. And we do not need to understand. We need only to witness, to appreciate, to let its golden glow fill our vision, fill our thoughts, until there is nothing else. The flame is oval-shaped, perfect, with a core of deep blue at its heart surrounded by orange and gold, colors of comfort, colors of home, colors of safety. We could watch this flame forever, and perhaps we will. Perhaps we already have. Time means nothing here. There is only the flame, the rain, the steady rhythm of our own breathing growing slower, deeper, quieter. A book lies open on the table beside the candles, its pages illuminated by their glow. But we are not reading. The words blur softly, becoming patterns of light and shadow rather than meaning, becoming texture rather than text. The page is cream-colored, warmed gold by candlelight, and we can see the grain of the paper, the slight roughness of its surface, evidence of hands that crafted it long ago with patience and care. Our own hands once turned these pages, hours ago, or was it days? But now they simply rest. The story can wait. Or perhaps the story is finished. Or perhaps the greatest story is this moment itself. This perfect stillness, this absolute peace that requires no plot, no conflict. The library breathes with us, slow and deep. We can feel it, the expansion and contraction of the space itself, as if the room has lungs, as if the walls move in sympathy with our own chest, rising and falling in perfect harmony. The air is thick with peace, weighted with calm. Each breath we take is effortless, automatic, our body knowing exactly what to do without any instruction from our fading consciousness. The oxygen fills us, nourishes us, and when we release it, we release everything else as well. Every last fragment of the day, every concern, every thought, until we are empty, beautifully empty, a vessel filled only with warmth and shadow, and the sound of eternal rain. There is nothing we must do, nowhere we must be, no one we must become. We are enough, here, now, exactly as we are. The candle flames have grown so small now, tiny points of light in the gathering dimness. But they do not struggle. They do not fight. They simply burn with what they have, giving their light freely, steadily, without complaint. There is wisdom in this, a lesson we absorb without words, about accepting, about surrendering, about burning gently rather than brightly, about lasting rather than blazing. Our eyelids flutter again, so heavy now, weighted with peace, with comfort, with the irresistible pull of sleep. We let them close, just for a moment, and the darkness behind them is soft, welcoming, decorated with afterimages of candlelight that dance and swirl in beautiful patterns. When we open them again, the room is still there, unchanged, eternal, waiting patiently for us. And we realize it does not matter if our eyes are open or closed. The peace remains. Rain streams down the tall windows in rivulets, each one catching fragments of candlelight and carrying them downward, creating moving rivers of gold against the darkness outside. We watch them without focusing, our vision soft, blurred. The world beyond the glass is invisible, lost tonight in storm, and we do not miss it. Everything we need is here, within these burgundy walls, beneath this high ceiling, surrounded by the presence of countless books that have absorbed centuries of quietude and now release it back into the air, filling the library with an almost tangible stillness. The brass lamps glow somewhere in our peripheral vision, faithful sentinels, but even they seem dimmer now, as if the entire library is gently, gradually, peacefully dimming, preparing for sleep, mirroring our own journey toward rest, toward dreams, toward the sweet oblivion of deep, restorative sleep. Our heartbeat is slow, so slow, a deep drum beating out a rhythm of perfect calm. We can feel it, gentle, steady, reliable, asking nothing, simply continuing its eternal work, keeping us alive, keeping us present, while demanding no attention, no gratitude, no acknowledgement. Our body knows how to do this, has always known, and we trust it completely, releasing control, releasing effort, releasing the need to manage or monitor or maintain anything at all. The armchair holds us. The library shelters us. The rain serenades us. And we are free, free to simply be, free to drift, free to let go of consciousness itself and slip into the warm darkness that waits just beyond thought, just beyond awareness, in that beautiful place where sleep begins and only warmth remains, and shadow. These two elements fill the entire universe now. There is nothing else. The warmth radiates from the candles, from our own body, from the leather chair, from the very walls themselves, all of it blending together into a seamless embrace. And the shadows are not absence, but presence, not emptiness, but fullness. They are the substance of rest, the material of peace, the fabric from which dreams are woven. We float in this space between warmth and shadow, belonging fully to neither, belonging fully to both. Our thoughts have scattered like autumn leaves, drifting away one by one until there are none left. Only sensation, only feeling, only feeling, only the wordless knowing that we are safe. We are held. We are home. We are home. The library has become our world, and we have become part of the library, inseparable, eternal. The candles will burn until morning, or they will gutter out in darkness, and either way is perfect. Either way is exactly as it should be. We do not need to know which, do not need to stay awake to see. Our vigil is ending. Our time in the waking world growing shorter with each breath, each heartbeat, each moment of this perfect, endless now. The rain will continue, long after we have surrendered to sleep, long after our eyes have closed for the final time tonight. It will drum its patient rhythm against glass and stone, singing the world to rest, singing us to rest, and we are grateful. So grateful for this sanctuary. We let our eyelids fall, let our breathing deepen, let our consciousness begin its gentle descent into the realm of dreams. The armchair cradles us as we slip away. Our last waking thought is of candlelight, amber, and gold, flickering in the darkness, and then even that fades, becoming memory, becoming dream, becoming nothing at all. The library stands watch around us, steady, eternal, unchanged by our presence or absence. The books rest on their shelves. The rain falls against the windows. The candles burn lower, ever lower, their flames growing small and smaller still, until they are merely whispers of light in the vast darkness. And we are gone, truly gone, descended into the deep waters of sleep, where there is no time, no worry, no thought, only peace, only rest, only the infinite gentle darkness that heals and restores and makes all things new. The storm continues outside, but we do not hear it anymore. We have gone to a place beyond sound, beyond light, beyond everything. To sleep, to dream, to rest at last. Chapter 7. The drowsing hour. The library has grown quieter still, if such a thing were even possible. The shadows have deepened, spreading like dark water across the floor, pooling in the corners, gathering beneath the tables. The brass lamps that once blazed with golden light now offer only the faintest glow, gentle embers in the gathering dark. Their light doesn't fight the shadows anymore. It simply exists alongside them, a quiet companionship of luminescence and shade. The candles on the reading tables have burned low, their flames reduced to trembling pinpricks that dance and shiver with each breath of air. You watch one flicker, then steady, then flicker again, mesmerized by its simple rhythm. The rain continues its endless percussion against the windows, each drop a soft percussion note in an infinite symphony. The storm has become part of the room now, woven into the very fabric of this space, inseparable from the comfort that surrounds you. Your eyes are growing heavier, so much heavier than before. Each blink lasts a little longer. Each opening of your eyelids requires just a bit more effort. It's not unpleasant, quite the opposite. There's a delicious weight to your lids, a gentle pressure that feels like the softest velvet drawing down across your vision. You let them close for a moment, just a moment, and the darkness behind them is warm and welcoming. When you open them again, the library seems softer somehow, its edges less defined, as though you're viewing it through a veil of silk. The mahogany shelves blur slightly at their heights, disappearing into shadow. The spines of the ancient books seem to merge together, their gold lettering shimmering like distant stars. You're not quite sure where the shelves end and the darkness begins, and you find you don't particularly care. The distinction doesn't matter anymore. The burgundy walls have transformed in this dim light, no longer the rich crimson of earlier hours, but something deeper, darker. The color of aged wine, of velvet curtains in an old theater, of roses pressed between the pages of a forgotten book. They seem to pulse gently with warmth, radiating a comfort that wraps around you like an embrace. Or perhaps that's just your perception shifting, your mind beginning to drift between states of consciousness, where reality and imagination blur into one seamless tapestry. The brass fixtures catch what little light remains, glimmering like fireflies suspended in amber. A lamp here, a bookend there, the corner of a picture frame, each tiny gleam a point of reference in the expanding darkness. They remind you that you're still here, still present, even as you feel yourself floating, drifting, suspended in this timeless moment between waking and sleep. Outside, the storm continues its work, but it has changed, transformed by your shifting perception into something else entirely. The rain is no longer individual drops striking glass. It has become a blanket of sound, a continuous wash of white noise that fills every gap in the silence, every space where thought might intrude. It's like standing beneath a waterfall, surrounded by the constant rush of water, but feeling completely safe, completely protected. The thunder that occasionally rolls across the sky sounds distant now, muffled, as though it's happening in another world entirely. When lightning flashes, you barely register it, just a brief brightening behind your closed eyelids. Nothing more. The storm has become your ally, your companion, wrapping you in its embrace of sound and fury that somehow translates to perfect peace. It asks nothing of you, expects nothing, simply offers its presence as a gift. You shift slightly in your chair, and even this small movement feels different now. Your body feels heavier, denser, as though you're sinking slowly into the leather upholstery. The chair seems to mold itself around you, cradling every curve, supporting every point of contact with infinite patience. Your shoulders have dropped. You can feel them settling lower, releasing tensions you didn't even know you were carrying. Your hands rest loosely on the armrests or in your lap, fingers slightly curled, completely relaxed. There's no need to hold on to anything, no need to grip or grasp or maintain any kind of control. You can simply let go. Let the chair hold you. Let the library support you. Let gravity do its gentle work. Your spine curves naturally against the chair back, finding its perfect alignment without any effort. Your head tilts slightly, whether forward or to the side, you're not quite sure, but it finds its resting place as though guided by invisible hands. The book that was in your hands, when did you set it down? You can't quite remember. Perhaps it's still there, resting open across your lap, its pages no longer being read, but simply present, a comforting weight. Or perhaps you've placed it gently on the table beside you, marking your place with a ribbon, or simply letting it close naturally, its story paused mid-sentence, waiting patiently for your return. It doesn't matter. The words you were reading have already begun to dissolve in your memory, their specific meanings fading while their essence remains, a feeling of old wisdom, of stories told and retold, of knowledge passed down through generations. The library is full of such stories. Thousands upon thousands of them, all waiting in patient silence on their shelves. They've waited decades, some of them centuries. They can wait a little longer. Right now, there's only one story that matters. The story of this moment, of this drowsing hour, of you, here, now, drifting peacefully in the sanctuary of shadow and light. Your breathing has slowed without you noticing, each breath deeper, fuller, more complete than the last. The air moves in and out of your lungs with perfect rhythm, effortless as the tide, natural as the phases of the moon. In and out. A gentle cycle that continues without thought, without will, simply because it is what breath does. The scent of the library fills your lungs with each inhalation. Old paper and leather, candle wax and wood polish, a hint of rain-fresh air seeping in through some unseen crack. These scents have become as familiar as your own heartbeat, comforting, grounding, anchoring you to this place even as your mind begins to wander. On each exhale, you release a little more tension, a little more of the day's concerns, a little more of whatever brought you here. The breath carries it all away, dissipating into the library air where it loses all power, all meaning, becoming just another particle of dust floating in the dim light. The candle nearest to you gutters slightly, its flame shrinking to almost nothing before rallying, swelling briefly into a teardrop of golden light, then settling into a steady glow once more. You watch this small drama play out with the fascination of a child watching snowflakes fall, each tiny movement infinitely interesting, infinitely worthy of attention. The flame's reflection dances on the polished surface of the table, a twin light that moves in perfect synchronization with its source. If you stare at it long enough, and you find that you can, the flame begins to multiply, splitting into 2, 3, 4 dancing lights as your vision softens and blurs. It's beautiful, hypnotic, a private light show performed just for you in this drowsing hour. The warmth from the candle reaches your face, or perhaps you're only imagining it, a gentle heat that feels like a blessing, a benediction whispered in firelight. Time has become meaningless here, irrelevant, a concept that belongs to the outside world, but has no place in this library. You have no idea how long you've been here. Minutes? Hours? It could be either. It could be both. It could be neither. The clock on the wall has vanished into shadow, its face invisible, its ticking absorbed into the white noise of rain. There are no appointments to keep here, no schedules to maintain, no urgency pulling at you. The storm ensures that as long as the rain continues, as long as the wind howls and the thunder rolls, you are absolved of all responsibility to the outside world. You are trapped here. No, not trapped. Sheltered here, protected here, held safe in this burgundy womb of books and shadows. And what a sweet imprisonment it is. What a gentle captivity. To be confined to comfort, restricted to rest, bound by the chains of peace. You wouldn't leave even if you could. Not yet. Not until this drowsing hour has run its course. Your thoughts are slowing down, spreading out, becoming less like thoughts and more like feelings, vague impressions, colors without form, sounds without source. When a thought does arise, it moves with the consistency of honey, thick and golden and sweet, slowly pouring from one moment to the next. You might think about the book you were reading, but the thought doesn't complete itself. It simply drifts away, replaced by an impression of rain, which itself dissolves into a memory of candlelight, which melts into the sensation of warmth, each thing flowing seamlessly into the next, without beginning or end. There's no need to hold on to any of it. No need to analyze or understand or remember. You can simply let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, appearing, floating past, disappearing around the bend. Where they go doesn't matter. They'll return if they're needed, and if they don't, they were never important to begin with. The library seems to be breathing with you now, expanding as you inhale, contracting as you exhale, its walls moving in and out with the same gentle rhythm as your chest. Or perhaps you've synchronized yourself to it, matching your breath to its ancient respiration, becoming part of its living presence. The mahogany shelves creak softly, a settling sound, a contented sigh, as though the library itself is preparing for sleep. The books shift minutely on their shelves, their leather bindings relaxing after a day of standing straight, allowing themselves to lean just slightly against their neighbors. Everything in this space is drifting toward rest, toward stillness, toward the deep quiet that comes in the hours between midnight and dawn. You're not alone in this descent. The entire library is coming with you. Shelf and book, table and chair, shadow and light. All of it sinking together into the drowsing hour. All of it suspended in this perfect moment between waking and dreams. Your eyelids flutter, attempting to stay open. But the effort becomes harder with each passing moment. The weight pressing down on them has increased, not uncomfortably, but insistently, gently demanding that you stop resisting, stop fighting, stop trying to maintain consciousness. What are you fighting for anyway? What is there to see that you haven't already seen? The library will still be here when you wake. The books will still wait on their shelves. The rain will still fall. Or if not rain, then sun. And if not this storm, then the memory of it, preserved perfectly in the burgundy shadows and brass gleams of this timeless space. There's no loss in letting go, only gain, only the sweet surrender to what your body has been asking for all along. Let your eyes close. There. Just like that. And if they open again, that's fine too. And when they close again, perhaps they'll stay closed a little longer, and that's fine as well. Everything is fine. Everything is exactly as it should be. In the darkness behind your closed lids, you can still sense the library around you. Its presence hasn't diminished, only transformed. You can feel the space stretching out in all directions, the towering shelves reaching toward the shadowed ceiling, the long tables extending into the gloom, the tall windows streaming with rain. You don't need to see them to know they're there. You can sense them the way you can sense your own heartbeat. Fundamental, undeniable, true. The library has imprinted itself on your consciousness, or perhaps you finally perceived what was always there. The soul of the place, the essence beneath the physical form. It pulses with a quiet life, a gentle energy that asks nothing of you but offers everything. Shelter and silence, comfort and peace, a refuge from the storm both outside and within. You rest in this energy. Float in it. Let it support you completely, trusting that it will hold you safe through the long night ahead. The boundary between waking and sleeping has become impossible to discern. You drift back and forth across it like a boat rocking gently on calm water. Sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, often perfectly balanced between both states. Are you awake? Are you dreaming? The question has no answer, or rather, it has every answer. You are both and neither. You are suspended in that liminal space where anything is possible, where the library might suddenly bloom into a garden of midnight flowers, where the rain might transform into falling stars, where the rooks might open themselves and release their stories into the air like flocks of birds. But even these fantasies are lazy, half-formed, requiring too much energy to pursue. Better to simply rest here, in this drowsing hour, in this perfect moment of suspension, neither awake nor asleep, but beautifully, blissfully, peacefully between, held safe in the burgundy darkness, wrapped in the blanket of rain, drifting away. And so the drowsing hour deepens, settling over you like the softest blanket ever woven, covering you completely, warming you through, protecting you from all harm. The library fades to its dimmest yet, just the barest glimmers of brass and candlelight remaining, like distant stars glimpsed through burgundy clouds. Beautiful but undemanding. There if you want to see them. Easy to ignore if you don't. The storm continues its eternal song. White noise and comfort. A lullaby older than time. Singing you down, 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 down into the deep places where rest lies, where peace waits, where dreams are born from darkness and silence. There's nothing you need to do now. Nowhere you need to be. Nothing you need to remember or plan or worry about. You are held. You are safe. You are home. Here in this drowsing hour, here in this timeless library, here in this moment that will last forever, or until morning comes, whichever arrives first. And in this space between waking and dreams, does it really matter which? Chapter 8. Into the deep. The world narrows now, contracts to the smallest, most essential things. There is your heartbeat, slow and steady, a gentle drum beneath your ribs. And there is the rain, endless, eternal, washing against the windows like waves against an ancient shore. These two rhythms intertwine, heartbeat and rainfall, creating a pattern so hypnotic, so deeply soothing, that everything else begins to fade. The library around you feels less like a place you occupy and more like a presence that holds you, shelters you. The boundaries between where you end and this sanctuary begins grow soft, uncertain, beautifully blurred. You are safe here, held in the palm of something far older than worry, far deeper than the surface troubles of waking life. Let yourself settle. Let yourself sink. Even the candlelight has changed, or perhaps it is your perception that has shifted. Those small flames that dance so prettily on the reading tables, they seem stilled now. Or maybe they still flicker and sway. But your eyes no longer track their movement. Your gaze has turned inward, drawn down into the quiet depths of yourself. The golden light remains, a warm amber glow that suffuses everything. But you are no longer watching it, no longer observing. You are simply existing within it, part of it. The distinction between seeing and being seen dissolves. You rest in the light the way a leaf rests on still water. Without intention, the library breathes around you, and you breathe with it, slow, slower still. Each exhale releasing you further into this profound peace. The armchair beneath you feels different now. It has become less a piece of furniture and more an extension of the earth itself. Solid, supporting, infinite in its patience. You sink into it, and it receives you without resistance. The leather is warm from your body, soft from centuries of other seekers who sat here before you, who also surrendered to this deep quiet. Your weight settles completely now. No part of you holding back. No tension remaining in your shoulders, your neck, your jaw. Even your eyelids have grown so heavy, deliciously heavy, like velvet curtains drawing closed against the world. And you let them fall. Let the darkness behind them become your entire horizon. The library is still there. You can feel it. Sense its presence wrapping around you like a blanket woven from silence and time. The rain continues its endless song, but even this sound is changing, deepening. It no longer feels like something happening outside the windows, separate from you. Instead, it has become the very texture of the air you breathe, the rhythm your heart follows, the lullaby your mind hums to itself as it prepares to let go. Each drop that strikes the glass, each rivulet that traces its path downward. They are all part of the same great letting go, the same surrender to gravity, to nature, to the pull of rest. You are falling too, but it is not a frightening fall. It is gentle, supported, like sinking into deep water that holds you tenderly, that will not let you drown, but only draws you down into its peaceful depths. And you trust this descent, welcome it, soften into it completely. The mahogany shelves tower around you still, but they have become something more than wood and books now. They are guardians, silent sentinels watching over your rest. The thousands upon thousands of volumes they hold, all those words, all those stories, they seem to hum with a frequency just below hearing, a vibration of accumulated wisdom and time. And this humming resonates in your bones, in the quiet spaces of your mind, tells you that you belong here, that you have always belonged here, that this library exists outside of ordinary time, outside of the rushing world with its demands and noise. Here there is only now, only this breath, this heartbeat, this perfect moment of surrender. The books ask nothing of you. They simply witness, simply hold space for your unraveling into sleep. Your body has become so heavy now, so perfectly weighted. It would take tremendous effort to move even a finger, and there is no reason to move. No reason to do anything but rest. Each limb has settled into its ideal position. Your hands folded softly in your lap or draped over the armrests. Your head supported by the high back of the chair or perhaps tilted gently to one side. Your spine has released its daytime vigilance, allowed itself to curve and soften into the shape of rest. And your breath moves through you like a tide, effortless, automatic, requiring nothing of you. The rise and fall of your chest is barely perceptible now, a gentle motion like grasses swaying in the lightest breeze. You are becoming still, so wonderfully still, approaching the profound stillness of deep sleep. Outside the windows, the storm continues, but it feels farther away now, muffled, as if you are hearing it through layers of water, through the cushioning distance of approaching dreams. The lightning that occasionally flares and illuminates the night. You may see its glow against your closed eyelids. A brief brightening, then darkness again. But even this light cannot rouse you, cannot call you back to wakefulness. You are too far gone now, too deep in your descent. The thunder that follows, low and rolling, becomes just another layer in the symphony of rain and breath and heartbeat, another voice in the lullaby that draws you down, 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 down into the soft darkness where sleep. The air in the library tastes of old paper and beeswax, of wood polish and the green smell of rain. These scents wrap around you, familiar and strange at once. They trigger something deep in your memory, some ancestral knowledge of shelter, of coming in from the cold, of finding sanctuary from the storm. Your ancestors knew this feeling, this profound relief of being safe and dry while nature rages outside. It is written into your very cells, this capacity to relax completely when the conditions are right. And the conditions are right now, perfectly right. Everything conspires toward your rest. The library, the rain, the darkness, the warmth. Even time itself seems to have slowed, stretched, become elastic and dreamlike. Minutes may be passing, or hours. It makes no difference. You exist outside of time now, in the eternal present of falling asleep. Your thoughts have become like the rain, individual drops at first, separate, distinct, but gradually merging, running together, losing their edges. A thought arises, something about tomorrow, something you meant to remember, but before it can fully form, it dissolves, melts back into the general quiet of your mind. Another thought, a fragment of memory, a half-formed image. It too appears and fades, like candlelight glimpsed through closing eyelids. And you are not troubled by this dissolution, this losing of thoughts, this gentle confusion of dream and waking. It is exactly what should happen, what must happen. It is your mind's way of releasing its hold on the day, on all the days, letting everything wash away in the rain of rest. Soon, there will be no thoughts at all, only the pure experience of being, of breathing, of sinking deeper still. The library is breathing with you now, or you are breathing with it. The distinction has vanished. When you inhale, slowly, deeply, it feels as if the whole vast space draws breath, the shelves expanding, the shadows deepening. When you exhale, long and slow, releasing everything, the library releases too, settles further into its ancient foundations, becomes more solid, more real, more protective. This shared rhythm, this synchronization of breath and space, creates a cocoon of perfect safety. You are not alone in this darkness. You are held, cradled in the arms of something vast and patient. The library has stood for centuries, weathering countless storms, sheltering countless souls. It will stand for centuries more. And in this moment, in this precious now, it stands for you, watches over your vulnerability, guards your descent into sleep. Sleep reaches up to claim you. And what a beautiful way to say it. Sleep does not drag you down, does not overpower you. It reaches up, like water rising, like gentle hands offering an embrace. It rises from the depths of your body, from your heavy feet, your relaxed legs pooling in your belly, your chest filling your arms, your neck, your head. Soon you will be completely submerged, completely held in sleep's tender grasp, and you welcome it, lean into it, offer no resistance. There is a sweetness to this surrender, a rightness. Your body knows this, has been waiting for this, preparing for this through every moment of this long evening, through the rain and the candlelight, through the settling into the chair, through the narrowing of the world, to just this, just breath, just heartbeat, just the threshold between waking and dreams. You are so close now, balanced on that knife edge between consciousness and sleep. Part you can still hear the rain, still feel the chair beneath you, still sense the library's presence. But another part, a deeper part, has already crossed over, already wandered into that borderland where images arise unbidden, where logic loosens, where the impossible becomes ordinary. You may see something behind your closed eyes, a door perhaps, or a path leading into shadow, or simply patterns of light and dark that shift and swirl. These are the first whispers of dreams, the mind beginning to speak in its nighttime language. Do not try to hold on to them. Do not try to make sense. Simply watch. Simply allow. Let the images come and go like clouds across an endless sky. You are the sky, vast, empty, peaceful. The rain has become everything now. It is inside and outside, above and below. It falls through your mind like it falls through the night, washing, cleansing, carrying away all that you no longer need, all the tension, the worry, the endless planning and replaying. The rain takes it all, returns it to the earth, returns it to the earth. You are being washed clean, made new, made simple, until all that remains is this breathing, this resting, this profound peace that has no name. The library holds this peace like a chalice, offers it to you freely, asks nothing in return, and you drink deep. Let the peace fill you. Become you, until there is no you anymore, no separate self observing. Only peace, only rain, only the infinite gentleness of letting go. Your heartbeat is so slow now, each pulse a quiet bell marking the distance between breaths. Space opens up between one beat and the next. Vast space, peaceful space. And in that space lives something profound, some truth too deep for words. You do not need to understand it, only feel it, only rest in it. The library fades, or perhaps you fade. The boundaries of your body softening, expanding, until you are not sure where you end and the darkness begins. This is good. This is right. This dissolution of edges, this melting into the whole. You are safe to disappear. Safe to become nothing. Because this nothing is also everything. It is rest in its purest form, peace in its deepest expression. And you have earned this, deserve this, need this. So let go. Let go completely. Trust the darkness to hold you. Sleep claims you now. Fully, finally, tenderly. The world narrows to a single point, then vanishes altogether. The rain continues, will continue all through the night, a constant companion to your rest. The library stands, watch, patient, eternal. Its shelves and shadows keeping vigil while you journey deep, deep into the country of dreams, deep into the healing darkness where the mind renews itself, where the body remembers how to be whole. There is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. You have arrived at the deepest point, the still center, the place of perfect rest, and here you will remain, held and safe, breathing and dreaming, while the storm sings its lullaby, while the night unfolds its velvet wings, while sleep, blessed sleep, carries you home. Chapter 9, The Void Between. Here, in this deepest part of the night, we have journeyed so far into stillness that even the library itself begins to fade. The rain continues its ancient song against the windows, but now it sounds distant, muffled, as though we are sinking beneath gentle waves. The mahogany shelves around us lose their edges, their forms softening into shadow, into nothingness. The brass lamps that once glowed with golden warmth now flicker at the very edge of perception, their light barely a memory. We float now, weightless in the dark, held by something vast and tender. The library has become more than a place. It has become a presence, timeless, infinite, wrapping around us like the softest blanket. And in this void, this beautiful emptiness, we discover that we need nothing. Not light, not form, not even thought. Only this, only rest. The darkness here is not frightening. It is welcoming, maternal, like closing your eyes and sinking into the warmest bath, feeling your body dissolve into the water, becoming one with it. This is the darkness of deep sleep, of absolute safety. The library holds you now, not with walls or shelves, but with pure presence. You cannot see the room anymore, but you feel it all around you. Steady, patient, eternal. The rain falls somewhere above, or perhaps beside you, its rhythm steady as a heartbeat. Each drop is a small comfort, a tiny reassurance that you are exactly where you belong. Time has lost all meaning here. There is no clock to watch, no hour to count, only this eternal now. This perfect floating moment, and you rest in it, weightless, boundless, free. Even your thoughts are beginning to drift away now. Like autumn leaves on a slow river, you watch them float past, gently, without grasping, without holding on. A thought appears. Something about tomorrow, perhaps. And you observe it with mild curiosity. Then let it drift onward into the void. It does not matter here. Nothing matters here except this deep, peaceful. Your mind grows quieter with each breath. Each exhale releases a little more, a little tension from your shoulders, a small worry from your chest, until there is almost nothing left. Just the faintest awareness, the gentlest sense of being. The rain continues its soft percussion. Water against glass, glass against darkness, darkness against nothing. And you sink deeper still into layers of rest you did not know existed, supported, held, beloved. Your body has become so relaxed now that you can barely feel its edges. Your fingers and toes seem far away, as if they belong to someone else, or to no one at all. Your chest rises and falls with breath so slow and deep, it feels automatic, effortless. Like the tide coming in and out along some distant shore. The void embraces every part of you, seeping into your muscles, your bones, dissolving the last threads of tension. You are not asleep. Not yet. But you are hovering just at the threshold, in that liminal space where the waking world grows soft and dreams begin to whisper. The library knows this space well. It has held countless souls here, at this exact edge, guiding them gently over. And now it holds you with infinite patience, infinite care. There is no rush. You can float here as long as you need, safe in the dark. The rain has become part of your heartbeat now, or perhaps your heartbeat has become part of the rain. It is impossible to tell where one ends and the other begins. The rhythm moves through you, around you, a steady pulse in the darkness. Each drop that strikes the window sends a tiny ripple through the void, through your awareness, soothing you deeper, calmer. The sound is brown and rich, layered with depth, like the voice of the earth itself singing you to sleep. You do not need to listen. The rain listens for you, carrying away any last fragment of the day, any lingering echo of effort or concern. It washes over you, through you, leaving only peace, only stillness. And in this stillness, you discover a vastness inside yourself, a quiet inner space that matches the void around you. Infinite, serene, perfect. There are no books here in the void, no pages to turn, no words to read. But somehow you understand that this is the deepest wisdom the library has to offer. The teaching beyond all teachings, in silence, in darkness, in absolute rest. There is a kind of knowledge that cannot be written, cannot be spoken, only felt, only known through surrender. You let go of the need to understand, to grasp, to make sense of anything. And in that letting go, everything becomes clear, not with thought, but with a deeper, quieter knowing. Your mind, once so busy, so full, is now like a still pond at midnight, reflecting nothing, containing everything. And the library, this timeless keeper of stories, holds you in this moment, asking nothing, giving everything. You are safe here. You have always been safe here. You will always be safe here. Outside, somewhere beyond the void, the storm continues. Lightning flashes, perhaps, illuminating the world for a brief instant before returning it to darkness. But you do not see these flashes. Oh, you are too deep now, too far inside the library's embrace. The storm is a distant thing, happening to a different world. A world you no longer need to tend to. All of that can wait until morning, until light. For now, there is only this perfect floating darkness, this gentle percussion of rain. Your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of the night. Deep, even calm. Each breath draws you down a little further, into rest, into dreams, into the vast inner landscape where the library becomes a feeling rather than a place. And then that feeling is home, is safety, is the warm knowledge that you are exactly where you belong. The void holds no fear, only promise. It is the space before creation, before thought, before the first word was ever spoken or written. It is the silence from which all sound emerges and to which all sound returns. And you rest in it now, cradled like a child, like the most precious thing in all the world. The darkness wraps around you, softer than velvet, warmer than candlelight. It seeps into the small spaces between your thoughts, filling them with peace, with nothingness that is somehow everything. You feel your consciousness beginning to fragment gently, breaking apart like morning mist. Each piece drifts away on its own current, and you do not try to gather them back. You let yourself dissolve, knowing that you will come together again when it is time, when the morning calls you back. But for now, for these long, quiet hours, you belong to the void, to the rain, to the library's timeless embrace. There is a quality to this darkness that feels ancient, eternal, as if you have tapped into something that existed long before the library was built, before the first book was bound, before humans learned to capture thought in written form. This is the darkness of the deep earth, of caves that have never seen light, of the ocean floor where pressure and silence create their own kind of peace. And it is not cold, not empty. It pulses with a quiet life, a gentle presence that asks nothing and offers everything. The rain continues somewhere above, a soft static that blurs the edges of reality. You cannot tell anymore if your eyes are open or closed. It does not matter. The void looks the same either way, feels the same. And in this sameness, this beautiful uniformity of darkness and sound, all difference dissolves, all separation falls away. You are not separate from the library, from the rain, from the night. You are part of it all. Your last conscious thoughts drift by like ghosts, barely substantial, barely noticed. Perhaps you think of the brass lamps that once glowed golden, or the towering shelves lined with ancient tomes. But these memories feel distant, like something you dreamed long ago, or something you will dream later. The present moment is empty of form, empty of detail. There is only the sensation of floating, of being held. The library has dissolved into pure feeling, pure atmosphere. It no longer has walls or floors or ceilings. It is simply the space that holds you, the presence that keeps you safe. And then the rain, blessed rain, continues its gentle work, washing away the day, washing away identity, washing away everything that is not this perfect, weightless, timeless now. You sink and sink and sink into layers of darkness that grow softer, warmer, more welcoming the deeper you go. There are no dreams yet, only this hovering, this floating in the space between waking and sleep. It is a sacred space, one that cannot be rushed or forced, only entered with patience, with surrender. The library knows this. It has guided so many souls through this threshold, holding them steady as they cross over. And now it holds you, with hands you cannot see, with a voice you cannot hear, only feel, deep in your bones, deep in your heart. The rain is your lullaby, the darkness your blanket, and the void itself is the softest bed you have ever known. Your body melts into it. Your mind releases its last grip on awareness, and somewhere in the distance, you feel the first whisper of dream approaching, not with images or stories, but as a shift in the quality of darkness, a subtle deepening, a door beginning to open. Let yourself sink now, fully, completely. There is nothing left to hold on to, and nothing you need to hold. The library will keep watch while you rest. The rain will continue its song. The darkness will remain steady and true. You do not need to do anything, not even sleep. Sleep will come to you in its own time, in its own way. For now, simply float, simply be, without effort, without intention. Let your breath grow slower still, so slow you barely notice it. Let your heartbeat soften to a whisper. Let your thoughts dissolve completely into the void. And trust that you are safe, that you are held, that this darkness is a gift, a sanctuary, a place of deepest rest. The library has given you everything it has. Its silence, its timelessness, its infinite capacity to hold you exactly as you are. The void between waking and sleep grows thinner now, more transparent. You drift through it like smoke, like mist, barely there, barely anything at all. The rain falls, and falls, and falls. Each drop a small eternity, each moment stretching out into forever. There is no hurry, nowhere to go, nothing to become. You are already complete, already whole, already exactly enough. The darkness knows this. It has always known this, and it holds you with the tenderness of that knowing, asking nothing, judging nothing, simply loving you into rest. Your consciousness flickers like a candle in its final moments, the flame growing smaller, dimmer, until it is just a tiny point of light, and then not even that, just darkness, just peace, just the infinite void, welcoming you home. You have crossed over now, or you are about to. The line is so thin, it barely exists. Sleep reaches up to meet you, and you reach down to meet it. And in that meeting, there is no separation, no distinction, only union. The library breathes with you. One long, slow, eternal breath. The rain falls with you, through you, dissolving the last traces of separation between inside and outside, between self and world. You are the darkness now. You are the void. You are the rain and the silence and the timeless space between heartbeats. And in being all of this, you are nothing at all, beautifully, perfectly, peacefully nothing. The storm outside continues its work, but you are beyond its reach, deep within the library's heart, deep within your own heart, where rest lives like an eternal flame, never burning out, never needing fuel. Sleep now, dear traveler. The library will keep its vigil. The rain will sing through the night, and the void, this blessed, beautiful void, will hold you safe until morning. You have earned this rest, this peace, this absolute release from the world and all its demands. Let yourself go completely into the darkness, into the silence, into the deep. There is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. You are here, in the most here you have ever been, and here is perfect. Here is home. Oh, the void between all things cradles you now, rocks you gently, whispers secrets you will not remember, but will carry with you always. Sleep, sleep deeply, sleep well. The library loves you. The rain blesses you. And the darkness, the infinite, tender darkness, holds you as its own. Now, and through all the long, quiet hours, until light returns, rest. Chapter 10. The sleep, eternal. And here, at last, we arrive, at the deepest chamber of rest. The storm beyond the windows has become nothing more than a distant memory, a gentle whisper that no longer reaches us. We have descended so far into the sanctuary of sleep that even the library itself begins to fade. The burgundy walls dissolve into shadow. The golden lamplight softens into darkness, and the weight of our body upon the ancient chair becomes weightless, formless. We are no longer sitting, no longer aware of sitting. We have become something else entirely, something vast and still and perfectly at peace. The rain continues its endless song against the glass, but we do not hear it. The candles flicker and dance, but we do not see them. We have slipped beneath the surface of consciousness, drifting down, 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 into the sleep eternal. This is the darkness we have been seeking. Complete, total, absolute, not the darkness of fear or emptiness, but the darkness of sanctuary, of refuge, of ultimate rest. It wraps around us like the softest blanket ever woven, like the gentlest embrace, holding us in perfect stillness. Here, there is no need to think, no need to remember, no need to plan or worry or wonder. All of that belongs to the waking world, and the waking world is so very far away now. Impossibly far. We have left it behind like footprints in sand, washed away by the tide of sleep. Our breath has become so slow, so shallow, that we barely notice it anymore. Each exhale releases us further, deeper, into this beautiful, blessed darkness. We are the silence between the raindrops. In that infinite pause, that space where one drop ends and another has not yet begun, there we exist. The storm rages on somewhere beyond. Thunder rolling across distant hills, rain drumming its ancient rhythm. But these sounds no longer touch us. They are part of another world, a world of movement and noise and wakefulness. We have passed beyond all of that. We float in the quiet spaces, the gaps, the pauses, like the silence between heartbeats, the stillness between breaths. We have found the sacred emptiness at the center of everything. And in this emptiness, there is no loneliness, no lack, only peace, profound and endless peace. We rest here. We belong here. We dissolve here into pure, perfect silence. We are the space between the books. On those towering mahogany shelves, between the leather spines and gilded titles, there are spaces, gaps where the lamplight cannot quite reach, shadows that have existed for centuries, unchanged and undisturbed. We have become those shadows. We slip between the volumes of knowledge and story, between the pages of history and dream, invisible, intangible, at rest. No one will find us here. No sound will disturb us. We are tucked away in the forgotten corners of this ancient library, in the margins, in the quiet places where dust settles and time stands still. The books around us hold 1,000 stories, but we are beyond story now. We have released even the narrative of our own thoughts and drifted into the wordless, the nameless, the deep and dreamless sleep that asks nothing of us. We are the stillness at the heart of the ancient library, at the very center of this vast sanctuary. There is a point of perfect calm, a place where all the whispers of wind and rain, all the creaking of old wood and settling of stone, all of the flickering of candles and turning of pages, all of it converges and cancels into absolute stillness. We have found that center. We have become that center. Our consciousness has collapsed inward, like a star folding into itself, until there is nothing left but the dense, quiet core. From here, we are aware of nothing. We feel nothing, think nothing, want nothing. We simply are. Or perhaps we are not even that. Perhaps we have slipped beyond being altogether, into the mystery that lies beneath, the great unknown, the sleep eternal, where all things rest, and all things are one. Time no longer moves, or perhaps we no longer move through time. The clock on the mantle has stopped, or we have stopped hearing it. The hands frozen at some forgotten hour, or our awareness frozen beyond the reach of hours. It does not matter. Nothing matters here in the eternal now. In this deep sleep, there is no past to remember, no future to anticipate. Only this endless, weightless, present moment, stretching out in all directions like a dark ocean. We float upon it, beneath it, within it. The boundaries of our body have dissolved. We cannot tell where we end and the darkness begins. We are the darkness. We are the library. We are the storm and the silence and the space between. All distinctions have melted away. All separation has ceased. We rest in the unity of all things, dreamless, boundless, free. The rain continues somewhere beyond the veil of sleep. We know this in some distant, abstract way. The way one knows the sun continues to exist even in the deepest night. But we do not experience it. We do not feel the water falling, do not hear it striking the ancient glass. It belongs to another realm, another reality, one we have left behind. We are insulated now, wrapped in layers upon layers of darkness and silence, each layer heavier than the last, pressing us down, 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 into the very foundation of rest. And we do not resist. We welcome the weight, the pressure, the descent. It feels like coming home after an impossibly long journey, like laying down a burden we have carried for lifetimes. Every muscle releases, every thought dissolves, every last ember of awareness flickers, dims, and goes dark. If there are dreams, they are so faint, so far away, that they do not disturb us. They drift past like clouds across a night sky, seen by no one, noticed by nothing. We are beneath dreams, deeper than dreams, in the realm where even the subconscious rests. The great library of our mind has closed its doors. The lights have all been extinguished. The volumes of memory and imagination have been shelved, locked away, forgotten. What remains is only the building itself, the structure, the foundation. And even that is fading, becoming transparent, insubstantial. The walls thinned to mist. The floors dissolve to shadow, until there is nothing left but consciousness itself, and even that, so dim, so quiet, so still, that it barely registers as consciousness at all, just the faintest, gentlest awareness of being, of peace, of sleep. We are asleep, We are asleep, truly, deeply, completely asleep. This is not the light dozing of an afternoon nap, not the restless tossing of an anxious night. This is the sleep of ages, the sleep of stone and earth, the sleep of mountains that dream in centuries. We have joined that ancient slumber. We have surrendered ourselves entirely to the dark and gentle current that carries us now. And there is no fear in this surrender, no resistance, only trust, profound and absolute trust in the process, in the darkness, in the eternal cycle of rest and renewal. Our breath is a whisper, our heartbeat a distant drum. The storm beyond the windows rages on with its thunder and lightning and sheets of rain. But we are untouched. We are the eye of the hurricane, the calm at the center, the place where all motion ceases, and all is still. Hours pass, or perhaps only moments. In this place, there is no difference. Candles in the library burn down to nothing, or perhaps they burn forever. Their light neither reaches us nor fails to reach us. We exist outside the realm of light and shadow, outside the realm of time and space. We are nowhere. We are nothing. And in this nothingness, there is everything we need. There is rest. There is peace. There is the deep, regenerative, healing power of true sleep. Our body works in the darkness, repairing, restoring, renewing, while our conscious mind remains blissfully absent, switched off, unplugged, at rest. This is the gift of the sleep eternal. This is the grace we have been seeking through all these chapters, through all these quiet moments in the storm-wrapped library. And now we have found it, or it has found us. The burgundy walls, the mahogany shelves, the brass lamps and leather-bound books. All of it exists in another dimension now, another layer of reality. We pass through the library like travelers passing through a gate. It served its purpose. It brought us here, to this place beyond place. This moment beyond moments, and we are grateful, though gratitude itself is too active an emotion for where we rest now. We simply are, held in the palm of something vast and ancient and infinitely kind. The universe itself cradles us, rocks us gently in the darkness, whispers wordless lullabies that we feel rather than hear. And we trust, we rest, we sleep with the kind of absolute surrender that children know, that animals know, that the earth itself knows in the deep winter when all growth ceases and all is dormant and still. Lightning flashes somewhere, illuminating nothing. Thunder rolls across distant hills, disturbing nothing. The storm continues its ancient dance, but we are no longer watching, no longer listening. We have closed our eyes, our ears, our mind, to everything but sleep. Then sleep welcomes us, enfolds us, claims us as its own. We are one of sleep's children now, one of its beloved. We rest in its embrace without question, without thought, without any awareness at all. Just the deep, dark, quiet presence of being, existing, continuing. The breath moves in and out. The heart beats its slow rhythm. The body maintains itself in the darkness, while the mind, the precious, exhausted mind finally rests. No more words, no more thoughts, no more anything. Just sleep, just peace, just this. We have become the library itself, ancient, silent, holding everything and nothing. We are the walls that have stood for centuries. We are the books that have been read by countless eyes. We are the rain-washed windows and the flickering candles. We are the mahogany and the brass and the deep burgundy shadows. But more than that, we are the emptiness within, the quiet spaces, the stillness that pervades every corner and fills every gap. We are the library at 3 in the morning when no one walks its halls, when no pages turn, when even the mice are sleeping. That sacred, inviolable silence. We are that. And in being that, we are finally, completely at rest. The storm may rage for hours yet, or it may have already passed. We neither know nor care. We are beyond caring, beyond knowing. We are asleep, in the sleep eternal. And here we will remain for as long as we need. The library will keep its vigil. The rain will continue or cease according to its nature. The candles will burn or gutter out. Noon, the night will deepen or give way to dawn. All of this will happen or not happen in the world beyond our sleep, but we are no longer part of that world. We have withdrawn into the sanctuary of deep rest, into the refuge of unconsciousness, where healing happens, where restoration occurs, where the weary mind and body are renewed. We trust this process. We surrender to it completely. And in surrendering, we find freedom. In releasing, we find peace. In sleeping, we find ourselves held, protected, safe. Nothing is required of us here. Nothing at all. We need only rest, only sleep, only drift in this dark and gentle current that asks nothing, gives everything, and holds us always in perfect peace. Sleep, the sleep eternal, not the end of consciousness, but its deepest expression, not the absence of life, but its most restful presence. We sleep, we rest, we are held in the great darkness that gave birth to all light, the great silence that contains all sound, the great stillness that underlies all movement. And we are home. We have always been home. The journey through the library was only a remembering, a returning to what we have always known. This quiet, this perfect, absolute rest. It is our birthright, our nature, our truth. And here we remain, breathing slowly, heartbeat steady, mind quiet, body still, drifting in the deep, dark, eternal sleep, where all storms are distant, all worries fade, all thoughts dissolve, and all that remains is peace. Sleep well, dear traveler. Sleep deep. Sleep eternal. You are safe. You are held. You are home.